Greetings, ghouls and ghosts, and welcome to my haunted abode. This is the greatest stream to rise from the grave to haunt the streams of the living. Spooky. I'm your host, the Fiend of the Night, Lily Valentine, and tonight's televised torment is Castlevania, Symphony of the Night for the PlayStation 1. Now, originally I intended to do the Saturn version because that has all the cut content, but it's all in Japanese on the downside. This gets a lot of lag, but I haven't played it since I got the RetroTink 5X, so I'm actually not sure if the lag is fixed. And the reason I say that is because the lag is caused by a transparency issue with the system, but the RetroTink, I believe, fixes part of that, and also it fixes the speed at which things change resolution. So like pausing the menu in Symphony of the Night on the Saturn takes a million years, but with the RetroTink it only takes like a couple seconds. Same thing actually with the Resident Evil 2 on the N64. It actually, like, when you pause in that game, it causes like the TV to have a conniption for like 2 seconds as it switches resolutions. But if you have the RetroTink, if you have the RetroTink plugged in, it actually does it like instantly. It's pretty cool. So we're gonna do the PS1 version because obviously the Saturn's down for now. I should be able to order the part to fix it Friday. And then I just gotta wait a week or two for the part to get here, and then I'll be able to fix it. So, any news or updates? Well, for news, I got nothing. No Street Fighter 6 stuff because that's already came and gone. No Overwatch stuff because that horse has been beat. I was reading something about the about Atlus's the guy who runs the Persona development team, and he was talking about how there's something that they're working on that he wants to tell everybody, but he just can't yet. And many people, including myself, assume it's Persona 6. Or, because there was the leak, it's the Persona 3 remake. So, I mean, that's kind of like some news, because like the 25th anniversary of Persona just ended like yesterday or 2 days ago. And while we're obviously getting Persona 5R on everything, and Persona 4 Golden on everything, and Persona 3 Portable on everything, which I'm still upset we haven't gotten Persona 1 or 2 on any newer systems yet. I do know that there's been the leak for the Persona 3 remake. Now, what they plan on putting in it, who knows? Is it a combination of portable and FES? That is to be seen. Remains to be seen. Would be very cool if they did, like for the remake, they combined both portable and FES. Because not only would you get the female protagonist, you would also get the bonus story afterwards. And then, not only that, but any of the portable stuff that was like, essentially a novel game for the portable, you would actually get 3D models. Updated 3D models at that, because everybody's assuming they're using the PS4 models from the dancing game. Which would make sense, they got them, so might as well utilize them, right? But yeah, that's where we're at with that. So Unfortunately, we aren't going to get an announcement for a while, according to the director of Persona series. Now, nobody knows if that just means we won't get one until the end of the year, or if we won't get one until next year. However, it is believed, or actually no, I believe it was actually officially stated that there would be Persona information given next year, which would be interesting because I think all the ports will be out by then. Because obviously Persona 5 Royal, I think, is coming out in a couple days. Or has it already come out? I'm pretty sure it's not out yet. But then you have Persona 4 Golden and P3P, which aren't out yet. But I believe those are slated either for the end of this year or the beginning of next year. In which case they'll have pretty much nothing on their plate, officially, once those come out. So they got to be doing something, right? So I'm pretty confident it's either one of two things. Either we'll get an announcement of the Persona 3 remake that was leaked, or we're going to get an announcement for Persona 6. Now, if they feel that Persona 6 is going to be a struggle to make equal or better to Persona 5, then I would believe they would do Persona 3 remake first to give themselves extra time to, work on the story and gameplay elements and stuff like that. Because if they do Persona 6 before Persona 3 remake, which I don't see that happening. It doesn't make any sense if they do that. But if they did it in that order, then Persona 6 would lose a lot of its momentum and hype and whatnot, because Persona 3 Portable is just going to steal part of it. Did you say Persona 3 Portable? Persona 3 Remake is going to steal part of the player base from Persona 6. So it only makes sense that they would do Persona 3 Remake first and then do Persona 6. And then I think that's all the news I got, because that's the only new thing I've seen that was interesting for me to read. The quote-unquote last Halloween movie is coming out, I think, pretty soon, or it's already out. But we all know what's going to happen, right? Sure, they might kill him and declare it's the final Halloween movie. But let's be honest. Someone's going to get the rights, and they're just going to make more Halloween movies. Because whoever owns the rights is the person really honestly making that choice. If it's the last time the person with the rights right now is going to make a Halloween movie, yeah, okay, fair. I'll believe that. But it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. Or they might not return to it. I mean, unlike Freddy Krueger, who has a face that you can identify, Michael Myers, or Jason for that matter, both of them hide their faces. So you could literally use anybody to play their roles. So it wouldn't be as difficult for them to sit around for a while and not use the name, and then just reuse it for something later on, because Michael Myers can be played by anybody. This reminds me, I haven't seen a Friday the 13th movie in a while. Or a Nightmare on Elm Street. And I know their original actor for... I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Robert Englund, I think? Robert Englund? I know he's getting old, but here's the thing. They've already technically recasted him in the remake. So I don't think it's hard for them to attempt it again. Just try somebody else, I guess. Or bring that guy back. I don't know. But it's kind of weird that we haven't seen those in a while. It's the slasher thrillers are kind of dying out. Kind of feels like. which those are pretty good movies. I mean, they're not super terrifying, at least not to like me, but they kind of fall in wayside to like these other like not super scary movies. At least like the slasher movies were like thrilling, you know, because that's what they were. They were slasher thrillers. They were meant to be suspenseful, make you want to know what's going to happen, or really honestly, who's going to get killed. You know, you make bets with your friends like, okay, the blonde haired dude, he's next, he's going to die. Okay, now I definitely can't think of anything for news. Updates. I don't think I have any new updates. Can't think of any. I really can't think of any updates. I don't have anything changed for the scheduling or for YouTube. Oh, actually, okay. I have one update, and it's for YouTube. I just got done rendering the last video, and so I'll be uploading those after the stream, and then the channel will officially be caught up. The YouTube channel will be officially caught up. The only thing that won't be caught up is the couple of videos I have to still export from Twitch over, but essentially they'll be caught up for the most part. Those are the exporting videos is relatively easy. So, all right, you guys ready for Symphony of the Night? Now, I forgot to do a test before the stream. I was kind of in a hurry to set it up, but I'm pretty sure this will work fine. Oh, I forgot to mute. Where the hell's my remote? I don't know where my remote is. Oh, there it is. Alright, here we go. This is the moment of truth. Does the game cut it to darkness and the system stops getting captured? Oh, no. We're good. We're in business. Excuse me? My memory card's on. Huh? This memory card quite sucks. Alright, so that's the code I need right there. X-X exclamation point V quotation quotation Q. Wait, I already forgot it. Oh, it was the exclamation point before the V. Okay. I won't like that. How much does Hydrostorm cost? Like 20 or something? That's on I'm gonna need 2 or 3 charges of Hydrostorm to crack it.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world.
It was not by my hand that I'm once again given flesh. I was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at you! Here's true power!
Oh, okay. So if you've beaten the game before and you're playing your file in the same format that I'm playing my file, which is x-x!v quotation q, there's actually a skip you can do here. A lot of people don't know about it. So give me a moment. Because I forgot how to do it, which is what I'm looking up right now, is how to do it again. Okay. So, fill this in. Okay, go do this candle. Oh wow, really? Is it that easy? Hey, wait a minute. Oh, I leveled up. That's right, I leveled up. How many levels did I go up? Oh, I went up a couple levels. There we go. There you go. That's the death skip trick right there. That's how you skip death. And just make sure you don't fall down that hole right there. And hear how you see how there's no sound? And I believe you have to go all the way over to I'm gonna save, but I believe you have to go to the alchemy area for it to. Well, this might count it. Let me see. Yep. Okay. Sweet. All right. So now I get to keep all my gear. So now death won't be here. What? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh god, no! What have I done? Oh god! Guys, I don't know what's going on. Alright, okay. Alright, so if you do the Okay, if you do the death skip, don't go back. Oh my god, I didn't realize this would happen. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. How can I save Valentine? I'm trying to think of how to save him. I don't think there's a way I can save him. Is there a way to restart the game while in the game? I'm pushing every button on the controller. It's not doing anything. Oh, well. Okay, well, there you guys go. Remember, if you do the death skip, don't go back, because it'll fuck up the game. Will it do it if I load the save file? I'm genuinely curious about that. Alright, I'm not gonna take the risk. I'm just gonna go to the next area. What? What? Oh, okay, so it's still counting it as me going through for the first time. Wow. Wow, okay. We are in unknown territory. Alright, I'm gonna go here, and then go back and see if this fixes it. Alchemy laboratory. Alright, I think this fixed it. I should now be able to go back and grab that power-up. Alright, here we go. Yep. Okay. Don't gotta worry about that. What? Are you guys seeing this? Are you guys seeing that? Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? What the fuck? What the fuck? Hear me out. I've been playing this game for a very long time. Since 1997. And I have never seen those two here. I'm not even joking. I'm like legit looking it up right now because I've never in my life seen those two there. I forget the bosses. Hold on. I'm trying to look this up. I'm sorry, chat. I'm just trying to figure out why those two... There's a picture of them in that room. I never knew they could appear there. Oh, it's an Easter egg. Okay. Alright, so that was an Easter egg. I never knew about it. Damn. Marble Gallery. Well, having all the Alucard stuff should make this pretty fast. The Alucard sword is super broken.
Wait a moment. You seem human, and yet, what do you here?
I've come to destroy this castle.
Then we have the same purpose. I'll trust you for now. I'm Maria. Who are you?
Alucard.
Not the talkative type, I can see. Well, perhaps we'll meet again, if you live that long. Farewell.
Outer Wall. Damn. I need to apologize. I'm like, get hit by sleep. Sleep spells hit me pretty hard. If you guys did, well, I don't think I've really shared it, but essentially I've been barely getting any sleep. Wait, I don't remember. Did I pick up the Jewel Fist? Yeah, but I don't need it because I have valid cards for it. Alright guys, I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes. Well, I don't really need to pause it, so. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just needed to find some stuff to wake my ass up. I did some stretches. Grabbed some water. Water should help me stay awake. And I ate a little snack. Hello, Knight. Oh god, you messaged a while ago. I'm sorry for not responding. Thank you for showing up, though. I appreciate it. Scary? Is that the emote? Scary. Ooh, I'm scary. I don't think I have a scary emote. Let me see. I got my pumpkin. He can be scary. He starts out kind of derpy, and then he turns into a scary pumpkin. So the water should help me wake up. Long library. Well, hopefully your night's going well tonight.
been a long time, old one.
Oh, it's you, Master Alucard. What do you need?
I need your help.
Young Master, I cannot aid one who opposes the Master.
You won't go unrewarded.
Really? In that case, just tell me what you need.
I've always wondered, did the merchant realize that Alucard was going to destroy Castlevania? Because, like, think about it. That's where the merchant lives, right? Like, this is where he lives. So, like, Alucard's going to destroy Castlevania, which in turn kills that guy.
I'm interested in this.
Damn, the duplicator is 500,000.
I'm interested in this.
Thank you.
I'm interested in this. I'm interested in this. I'm interested.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm interested in this. I'm interested in this. I'm interested in this.
Farewell for now.
key, the blue card, the Jewel of Opening. That's what it is. I gotta use the Jewel of Opening. Oh shit! I forgot. I need to grab that with the dog. Yo, Amy, hi, thank you for the raid. Well, you missed some of the funny stuff, like the obscene shit that happened earlier. I did the, so I'm using the X-X, exclamation point V, quotation, quotation Q, luck modifier. And, so I did the death skip where you have the enemy hit you past death, and I went and saved, and then I went back to try and grab the health upgrade, and I went to jump down to get the health upgrade, and I got stuck in a loop, and I had to turn the game off. It was crazy. Then I went to the alchemist laboratory to like reset it, or to so I could go back, and when I went back. What are the names? Gaibin and Slagra were waiting for me in that room, and I was scared. I was like, "What the fuck? What the fuck? Why are they here? I've never seen them here." Of course, I couldn't kill them. Like after I hit Slagra once, they left. But it was crazy. I was like, "What? I've never seen them here." But yeah, here's proof that I did the death skip. So I have like all my items because death didn't take them from me. It's making the game a lot faster, which is nice. I might do a stream where I make it harder on myself. But that won't be today. And then I started getting tired after that. Well, actually, it was like right after I beat Slagra and Gaibon, I started getting tired. So I had to leave for like 5 minutes to go grab a water, stretch, and do a bunch of other stuff to wake myself up. That was a lot of fun. I hope you had a good stream. I was there for a little bit, and I was lurking. Obviously, I could see your stream from my phone. And it looked like you were having fun playing Alan Wake. I don't know how far you got, but yeah, it went pretty well. Good. That's good to hear. Do I need to double jump for this? Yeah, I do need to double jump for the watch. We're not going that way. Yeah, it's fun. Which Alan Wake is that? Which one were you playing? Oh my god, the best music in the whole game. I'm gonna tell you guys a story. The first one? Oh, cool, nice. I haven't played the first one in so long. Let me get rid of those guys. Alright, anyways, okay. So here's the original release, not the remaster. Cool. I've never played the remaster. I only played the original one a long ass time ago. or what feels like a long time ago. But anyways, okay. My story is, it's a short one anyways, but when I remember when I was a kid, this is probably when I was like about, I don't know, 7. And I remember it was late at night and I got to this section of the castle. And I got about maybe like, okay, so there's a save room right here. I haven't played the remaster either, but I've heard it's really good, a really good version. I heard it was pretty good too. I just never took the time to check it out. I have like a fuck ton of other games I have to play, obviously, but I hope to check it out someday soon. Anyways, so let's see. It was probably like 3 in the morning. Remind you, this was when I was like 8, I think, or 7. It was somewhere around that age. And I got to let me find it. So I was like doing a lot of exploring down here. For some reason, I really like the underground areas in Castlevania. Probably because they just have really good music. But I was doing exploring, and I got to like a dead end. And I remember trying to figure out where the hell to go, because this is back when I first played it, obviously. So like, I didn't know where to go or anything like that. And also, by the way, this is back in the day when, like, so you have this map here, but you would, like, have your own little map you were working on, like, showing, like, okay, I did this area, this is all clear, I cleared everything here, oh, I forgot items here, and stuff like that. But I remember getting to, oh, man, listen to that freaking, I love this music. But anyways, okay, so I got to, there's like a room nearby, I'm trying to find it. Okay, it's over here, so let me kill this guy up. So I got over here, and I went all the way up here. And I remember grabbing this, okay? And I was looking at the map, because I was trying to figure out where to go. And I probably didn't have I didn't probably buy the map from the merchant. I think I only bought the Jewel of Opening and then left. So I didn't know where the hell everything was going. But I remember, like, I was looking at the map for a long time. And then I just fell asleep to the music while working on my map. Like the hand-drawn map where I was like writing down where all the items were. And I like fell asleep while doing that. And my dad found me at like, it was like 6 in the morning or like 7 in the morning or whatever. And I'm just like fucking laying on top of my notebook. And I remember having like the freaking the metal spirals on the side. Like they had made like a crease mark on my arm because I like laid on it. And my dad was like, "Stayed up all night, huh?" I was like, "Yeah, I was trying out the Castlevania game." But it is a really good game. So if you find yourself getting like absorbed in it, that's pretty awesome. This is a really good game. If anybody in chat, which includes the lurkers, because I'm pretty sure Amy's already played this. If you guys haven't played this, I would 100% recommend playing it. It is one of the best games ever made. And my suggestion is don't use a guide the first time you play. You will find yourself getting lost, but in a good way. Because you will love the exploration, you'll love the difficulty, you'll love all that, and more. I promise. And then after you play this game, go get Bloodstained and play that. After you play this game, go get Bloodstained and play Bloodstained. Or Aria of Sorrow. Or Dawn of Sorrow. Those are also really good games. But I think Bloodstained's like the next best experience after this, because like, unless you have a Game Boy player for the GameCube, the other two games aren't as great of an experience because they're portable systems. Which doesn't make them any worse. They're still really freaking good games. But there's just something about playing these explorative games on a system. And this game you can get on PS4, so you don't have to have the PS1 version. The PS1 version, however, has the best Valentine voice actor. You still think Aria and Dawn are the best ones? They're definitely the best portable games. And I would say that... So I think Aria is really fucking good, okay? But in my opinion, if you want the absolute best traditional Castlevania experience, Super Castlevania 4 is your avenue. And if you want the best explorative Castlevania game, like that's all about, you know, your own adventure that you create, I think Symphony of the Night is the best experience. And then right underneath both of those is Aria of Sorrow. And underneath that, Dawn of Sorrow is tied with Castlevania 3. Now, Castlevania 3... oh yeah, that's right. You are right. You are right. I totally forgot. Aria of Sorrow is in the Castlevania Anniversary Collection, so you can... Or I'm sorry, not the Anniversary Collection. It's in the Game Boy Collection. So you can... or the Advanced Collection, I think is what they call it. Castlevania Advanced Collection. So you can actually now play that on PS4 or PS5. I think also on Xbox. I don't have an Xbox, so I can't vouch for that. Maybe PC as well, but... But yeah, so... Super Castlevania 4, if you want the best traditional Castlevania experience. Symphony of the Night, if you want the best exploration. And then Aria of Sorrow is like the next best out of all the three I listed. In my opinion. Everybody's different. Amy obviously just said that Aria and Dawn are the best ones to them. And I'm not knocking that because those are still really good fucking games. But I don't know, maybe nostalgia has made me put Symphony of the Night on such a high pedestal. But it's not even a debate that it's not even a debate that Super Castlevania 4 is the best traditional Castlevania. I always had trouble going back to Symphony after all of the other Igavania games. I still think it's really good. I think it holds up really well. The voice acting in the PS1 version obviously is goofy, but this has the best Alucard voice. Like, you can't even argue that. It's the best Alucard in the entirety of all the voice casts that they've picked for Alucard. This is the best one, the one on the PS1. Because there's so many quality of life features in the newer releases that Symphony just doesn't have. Yeah, no, you're right. I would definitely say, like, Aria had slight improvements to the system. Dawn had a lot of improvements to the system. Bloodstained is essentially like this game ×2. Like, that's how good it is. And then what's the other one? Eclexia. Eclexia is also like Eclexia is probably the best version of the Metroidvania games. Like, it's the absolute pinnacle of the Metroidvania games. The other thing with Eclexia is you don't have as much customization as like Dawn of Sorrow or Aria of Sorrow, but it's got the quality of life improvements that Symphony of the Night lacks, and it has some of the best exploration out of the entire series, and some of the best like fights in the game or in the series. However, I don't have like Eclexia I didn't get until like way later, so it's obviously not getting a nostalgia bump for me, because like this is clearly getting it. Like, I'm putting this game on a pedestal, obviously, because it's one of the greatest games I've ever played. And like when I was a kid, it was like mind-blowing of an experience. I loved this game. I remember playing it for like 2 weeks straight until I beat it. Well, not like, non-stop, but you know what I mean. I played it every day for like small amounts of time here and there. It was an awesome experience. And then, like I said, Super Castlevania 4, if you like the traditional experience where it's linear, it's only one direction, that's the best linear experience out of all the Castlevania games. Like, and that can't be even argued, because there isn't like really any that came out afterwards. There are a couple, but they're not even close to Super Castlevania 4. Like Bloodlines or Dracula X, which are more expensive than Super Castlevania 4, are not even as good as Super Castlevania 4. That's how sad it is. I'm not arguing that Aria or Dawn are probably better than Symphony of the Night. I just have it on such a high pedestal because of nostalgia. I'm sure you understand. I'm sure everybody who has a game they're nostalgic for would understand that kind of logic. It is a really good game, plus I have nostalgia for it. So combine the two, it's really hard to put anything above it, For a long time it was hard to admit that like Super Castlevania 4 was on the same level. Because like I was like, no. Symphony of the Night is the best experience you can get out of all of them. And then I realized, okay, well, there are people that prefer the linear gameplay of Super Castlevania 4 or of the older Castlevania games. Just you go from A to B, you kill everything in the way. You have to, be skillful on everything you do. It's not about exploring, it's about your strategy, tactics, skill, survivability, stuff like that. So, like, I understand that, which is why I would say that Super Castlevania 4 is on equal levels, because it is the best version of the linear experience. You've always preferred the linear style. Would you agree that Super Castlevania 4 is the best experience out of all of them then? Because like Bloodlines and Dracula X came out afterwards. Also, Rondo of Blood, I'm sorry. Rondo of Blood also came out afterwards. So there's 3 of them right there. And the 3 I just listed don't have multi-directional whipping. Like, there is no diagonal up or up whip for Bloodlines, Dracula X or Rondo of Blood. So you have multi-directional whipping. You can crouch and walk at the same time, which you can't do in Bloodlines, Dracula X, or Rondo of Blood. Oh, also Castlevania Chronicles, I'm sorry. Chronicles also came out afterwards. So, yeah, Chronicles is not bad. I think Chronicles has the best... let me rephrase that, because all the Castlevania games have really good fucking music. I think Chronicles has one of the best soundtracks, definitely. And it is pretty good, but there are quality of life problems I have with it. And what I mean by that is they stripped the game of the accessibility that Simon had in Super Castlevania 4. And that's like what they did with Dracula X and Bloodlines and Rondo of Blood. And it's like, why? Why did you take away multi-directional whipping? Why did you take away crouch walking? Why did you take away using the right trigger or right bumper for your sub weapon instead of having to push up and attack at the same time? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, Super Castlevania 4 is the best experience. But I'm not going to say that the other ones don't have their benefits. Like, Chronicles definitely has the best soundtrack, probably the best graphics out of the linear games. Chronicles actually has really good graphics, to be honest. Yeah, I always assumed it's because Chronicles is a remake. Isn't Super Castlevania 4 a remake of the first Castlevania, if you think about it? Think about it. Super Castlevania 4 was a remake of the original. Wait a minute. Okay, we got control right. Anyways, I wasn't trying to like dismiss anyone of what their favorite Castlevanias were. I was just trying to say what my opinion was on it. Because like almost all of them are really good. Like it's crazy to think that there's a series of games where almost all of them are good. It's kind of sad to think about what Konami eventually would become. You know what I'm saying? Because like the first Castlevania game's good. The first Castlevania is good. 2, if you have a guide, is not that bad. Because if you so there's a homebrew hacked version of 2 where they fixed all the clues and the switching between day and night is faster, and that's all they changed. And the game feels like it's completely different. Konami was always a company that was really shitty and poorly managed. They just had really good talent. I heard that they didn't become like a shitty company until like the 2000s, like the early 2000s. Around the time Metal Gear Solid 2 came out, I think, or 3, one of those two. That was around the time when Konami became like a poorly managed company. But I heard that, especially in the 80s, it was actually a pretty good company to work for in the 80s. In the 90s, they became more strict on their quality, but I mean that almost every game company was like that in the 90s. If they were around since the 80s, they were like, no, we gotta be fucking the best around because we have a bunch of new competition. But yeah, in the 2000s is when in the 2000s is definitely where they became a shitty company. It was after the first Silent Hill. I don't know if you ever saw didn't not see it because it wasn't a video, but did you ever read about the Silent Hill team's interview that, what's his nut? I forget his name. He did an interview with them after they left Konami. Well, actually, it was after the PT demo got pulled down. And they mentioned it was probably somewhere around the time Silent Hill 2 was ending development was when Konami was kind of like acting like a bunch of assholes. So that would have been around 2001 or 2002. So yeah, so probably around there is when they started like being pretty nasty. It's crazy to think that it took them like a decade after that for them to finally like be seen as this really terrible company. But yeah, so you have like Castlevania 2. If you fix two issues, the day to night transition. If you fix the day to night transition, and you fix the clues from the city or the townspeople, Castlevania 2 is actually not that bad of a game. I seem to remember hearing that a large portion of Silent Hill 1 was made by one guy who never got credited. Ooh. Did I see anything about that? See, what I remember was there was the thing where, so obviously Silent Hill team was talking about. They might have actually mentioned that. That might have been Silent Hill 1. You might be right, because I thought that the guy who did the programming for Silent Hill 2 was the guy who never got credited for doing like almost the entire fucking game, except for I think art assets or something like that. I thought that was Silent Hill 2. So, but you might be right. It might have been Silent Hill 1. I remember the thing that I read was like it was during Metal Gear Solid 2 when they were like, or around that time. But the thing I remember specifically was like something about Metal Gear Solid 2 where they were just being real assholes to Kojima about like his deadlines and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I remember was like something during Metal Gear Solid 2. They were being assholes about like something, and Kojima was like, you know, trying to make his defense on it, and then Konami was like, they were crunching him, I think, on Metal Gear Solid 2. I think that's what it was. They were crunching him on Metal Gear Solid 2, and they didn't give raises or fucking anything to anybody. No, like they didn't reward the team for doing such a good job of Metal Gear Solid 2. And like Kojima, like that, I think that was when Kojima was like at the start of him like having resent towards the company, because I believe that's what I remember reading. But I mean, yeah, the Silent Hill thing actually does kind of sound familiar. I thought it was something with Silent Hill 2 though. That's what I remember. Silent Hill 3 is really good. It's really hard. Silent Hill, probably both, honestly. Oh, yeah, it's possible that both interviews happened, obviously. I mean, Team Silent Hill eventually left and Kojima eventually left, so I mean it makes perfect sense that both those interviews probably exist. It's just that I remember reading the one about Metal Gear Solid, but I do recall the Silent Hill one. I thought it was just Silent Hill 2, but it's a good example of this because he left pretty early on after Silent Hill 1 came out. Yeah, I remember that happening, yeah. Or actually, no, wait. No, I'm thinking of something else. I'm sorry. Let's see. Castlevania 3 is pretty good, but it's kind of difficult. But it's still really good. It looks fucking amazing. Good graphics, good soundtrack. Tight controls, but really hard. Castlevania Adventure on the Game Boy is poopy. It sucks. Controls are shitty, and it has slowdown. Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge on the Game Boy is really fucking good. It's probably the best Game Boy game. It's insane how good Silent Hill 3 still looks. Yeah, it's fucking really good looking. I'll be playing it later this month, so we'll get to see what it looks like being buffed up by the RetroTink 5X. Like that game is from 2003. Yeah, I know. It is crazy indeed, sir. Castlevania Legends on the Game Boy was like a step down from Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge, but it wasn't as bad as Castlevania Adventure. Then you had, what came out after Castlevania 3? You had Castlevania, or Super Castlevania 4, the best linear Castlevania game. Then you had Dracula X, which looks amazing and has a good soundtrack, but plays like shit and is really hard. Then you got Rondo of Blood, which came out in Japan, and actually recently in America you can play it on the PS4 now. Rondo of Blood had a really good soundtrack, really good graphics, really good controls, but it's really short. It's like only 6 levels. They're really long levels, but there's like only 6 levels. It's kind of crazy to think about. Let's see, and then you have, what was after Dracula X? Bloodlines. Then you have Bloodlines, which is really good. It has good graphics and sound. It plays pretty well. But the game, like the level design, is kind of wacky. Like, it's designed for 2 different characters, and like sometimes you'll end up you'll end up in a spot where you're not really sure what to do as one of the characters or the other character, depending on what part you're at. It definitely feels like certain segments are catering towards certain characters. So when you get to those segments as the opposite character, you have a rough time. It sucks. And also, if you play as the guy with the whip, you can only whip in like 5 directions. Or 6, I'm sorry. You can whip in 6 directions. But you can't whip up or down. What was after Bloodlines? Symphony of the Night, which is like, in my opinion, the best Castlevania. But obviously, because I gotta be fair about it, it's the best Castlevania for exploring. And then after this was Chronicles, which has really good graphics and a really good soundtrack, but they nerfed the controls back to the original, which, I mean, isn't inherently a flaw, but after playing Super Castlevania 4, you might be like, what the fuck? And then what was after Chronicles? I think it was the Game Boy Advance games after Chronicles. Circle of the Moon, which had exploration, but as a Belmont, which was okay, but the system in that game is kind of hard to utilize, like the martial arts and stuff like that. And then after that was Harmony of, I think it was Harmony of Dissonance. which was another exploration Belmont game on the Game Boy Advance, and that was way better. Still kind of clunky, but way better than Circle of the Moon. And then after that, we got the first PS2 Castlevania game, which was Lament of Innocence. Or actually, wait, I think we got Lament of Innocence before Harmony of Dissonance. I think it went Circle of the Moon, then Lament of Innocence, then Harmony of Dissonance. And Lament of Innocence was the first time in 3D. Oh, no, it wasn't. I'm sorry. Let's go back a little bit. Let's go back before Game Boy Advance. Around the time Chronicles came out, we had Castlevania 64 and Legacy of Darkness. Castlevania 64 sucks. Unless you play as the little girl, and even then it's still crappy. The Legacy of Darkness, cool concept. It's meant to be much scarier. It looks way better. You play as a werewolf. But the controls suck. You know what they really need to do? Put 64 and Legacy of Darkness on a anniversary collection. Like, port it over to a system with a better fucking controller. And let's see if the controls were, like, bad because of the N64 controller, or if they were bad because of game design. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I almost feel like, well, maybe not for Castlevania 64, because the camera was just generally bad in that one. But in Legacy of Darkness, I definitely, like, I can see that they definitely improved the controls. But it's like the fucking N64 controller, like, fucking nerfed the shit out of the game. So they definitely should port those over to a different system to see if, like, they play any differently. Because, like, when they ported Doom 64 over to the PS4, Doom 64 was already a really fucking good game. And playing it on the PS4 was, like, a different experience altogether. It was like having good controls on top of a good game. But yeah, Lament of Innocence was their higher definition 3D exploration after the N64. Was pretty good. It definitely needed improvement, but it was better than the Nintendo 64 Castlevania games. By the way, that was around the time the Dreamcast game was supposed to come out. The Castlevania Dreamcast game where you play as Sonia Belmont. The second game that would have featured her because she was also in Castlevania Legends. And that game looked like it was going to be really good, but they canceled it because the fucking Dreamcast lifespan died before the game finished development. So they put a lot of the assets into Curse of Darkness, but they made it a whole different, plot and all that stuff, which kind of sucks. But they used a lot of different things from the Dreamcast game and put them in Curse of Darkness. And then after Harmony of Dissonance was, I think, Curse of Darkness, or it was Aria of Sorrow, but I'm pretty sure it was Curse of Darkness, which was probably their best 3D game, their best 3D Castlevania game. It was really good. I actually like Curse of Darkness. It's kind of sad that it's insanely expensive now. So you can, if you want to experience it, it's not a $20 game anymore. It's like a $60, $70 game. It's stupid. And then after Curse of Darkness, you have Aria of Sorrow, which brought it back to this kind of style game right here. And Aria of Sorrow is considered one of the best ones as well. As Amy stated earlier, it's really fucking good. The only downside is that it's on a handheld. But, eventually the Game Boy player would come out, which you could play the Game Boy Advance games on the TV. And also, they eventually ported it to other systems, so now it definitely doesn't have any of the flaws of, being a portable system, What was after Aria of Sorrow? Did they go right into Dawn of Sorrow right after that? What was after that? I'm pretty sure there was a big time. There's a big time in in Konami where they didn't have any Castlevania games. But I think right after Aria was Dawn of Sorrow. Oh, okay, I remember now. They did Dawn of Sorrow, which is really super fucking good. After Dawn of Sorrow, they did Portrait of Ruin, which was also pretty good, but not as good as Dawn of Sorrow or Aria of Sorrow. Then they did Rebirth for the Wii, which was actually a pretty good remake of Adventure. It was way better, played way better, but it was really hard, and you actually can't get it anymore without either getting an emulator or hacking your Wii. Then after Rebirth was Judgment, and that was the fighting game, and that's a mixed bag. Some people don't like it, some people do like it. I believe Amy here likes Castlevania Judgment, if I'm correct. You know, I actually don't own Judgment. I gotta make sure I buy that so sometime. And then after Judgment was Order of Ecclesia. And then Order of Ecclesia was like the last Castlevania game for years. And Order of Ecclesia was like the best exploration game out of all of them, but it lacked in other parts of the system. Isn't technically a good Castlevania, but it's a fun game. No, I based off what I've seen or heard, I would agree that people don't think it's like that good of a game, but people have fun playing it. People are like usually like the comments I usually hear about it are like they're just generally interested in the character designs, like why some characters like are like drastically different than what their original concept art was. And then yeah, after Order of Ecclesia, there was a big empty space of them not making any Castlevania games until Lords of Shadow, the first one. And that at first looked like it was going to be a pretty good game, and then when everybody started playing it, they realized it was a God of War clone, and it was kind of broken. And then after that, we got Harmony of Despair, which was the multiplayer game for the PS3, which is actually still pretty good. If anybody has it and has me on PlayStation Network as a friend, call me up. We're going to be playing Harmony of Despair sometime because I actually want to play that. Harmony of Despair is actually really fucking good. 6-player, or it's either 4 or 6-player Castlevania. It's fun as fuck. And then after Harmony of Despair was... Oh, actually, you know what? I forgot to mention, between Order of Ecclesia and Lords of Shadow, there was the PSP game, Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles, which was just basically a remake of Rondo of Blood, which actually wasn't too bad. And then that was actually where the remake for Symphony of the Night actually came from, like the one they ported to PS4. It was actually on the PSP version. But you had to beat the game and unlock it somehow. I forget. Yeah, so then you had Lords of Shadow, then you had Harmony of Despair. What was after Harmony of Despair? Was it Lords of Shadow 2? Was right after Harmony of Despair? I think it was. And Lords of Shadow 2 was a way better experience than the first one. Way better. It was a completely different game. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there was a game in between Lords of Shadow and Lords of Shadow 2. It was where you played as Alucard, Mirror of Fate, on the 3DS, and then later released on PS3 with the Lords of Shadow Collector's Edition. You could get it on PS3. But that one was actually not that bad. It went back to this style, but with like the newer stuff from Lords of Shadow. And it actually wasn't that bad. I didn't like the story, but other than the story, the gameplay was actually... You heard bad things about Mirror? Well, the story sucked. 100%. If that's what you're talking about, the story? Yeah, the story sucked dick. But the gameplay actually wasn't that bad. It's not as good as Aria of Sorrow, Dawn of Sorrow, Symphony of the Night. It's not as good as these get ones. But it's actually not that bad. I don't know why people shit on it. But then we got Lords of Shadow 2, which was way better than Lords of Shadow 1. They definitely knew it. Like, they're like, okay, we're not gonna like add more stupid shit. We're just gonna improve all this stuff from the first game, and it was decent. The only thing I didn't like was where the story went. The story was like getting even more fucking confusing. And I think it's because Iga wasn't there anymore. And Iga didn't make like the best stories either, but at least his were consistent and made fucking sense. Like after they tied together. And he actually Iga, before he left, he had like 4 games like already written for Konami to use. And then after he left, they just told him to fuck off with those stories that he wrote for them. And Kojima became the director for Lords of Shadow 1 and 2 and Mirror of Fate. Well, actually, he wasn't the director for Mirror of Fate. Like he was he supervised it or whatever. You know, he had oversight of it, but he wasn't the director for it. But Shadow 1 and 2 for Lords of Shadow, yes, Kojima did those, and obviously Kojima did them because the story makes no fucking sense. Yeah, Kojima did like everything, dude. He was working on Silent Hill PT. He was working on Castlevania. He was working on I have a brain fart here. He was working on obviously Metal Gear Solid. They were even trying to have him do the Contra remakes that they were planning at the time, and that was when Kojima was like, no, I'm done after I do Metal Gear Solid 5. I'm not doing it anymore. And then that's when they treated him like shit after he told them he was done. But yeah, Lords of Shadow 1 and 2 are, and Mirror of Fate by extension, are definitely Kojima games because the plot just makes no sense. I wish they, you know what the sad thing is too? So after Bloodstained did gangbusters, right? Bloodstained did so well. They asked, the interviewers asked Iga like what his next project was. He did Curse of the Moon 2, which was phenomenal, okay? Like, Iga's games are fucking really good. But they asked Iga about his opinion on the current state of Castlevania and how like it's like absent, or well, technically it's not absent because what they did was they made a pachinko machine game and then they made a phone game. And the phone game, I guess, was pretty good when it first came out, and then they turned it into a, well, what do you think? It's a phone game. Where do you think they went with that? Yeah. A money sink. That's what they did. They turned it into a fucking money sink. My friend Kasumi was playing that game 24/7 when it came out. Like, I didn't hear from her for, like, months. And then suddenly she just starts talking to me, and I'm like, damn, where were you at? And she was talking about playing it. And she was like, well, I couldn't get any further because they were telling me to buy, you had to buy, getting into the further parts of the game. And, she was like, she didn't want to do that. She wanted to, she paid for the game to get it on the phone, and that was it. She didn't want to pay for anything else. And then, but anyway, so they asked Iga, what was his opinion on it? And Iga was like, this man got the balls. He just he was just like, well, if Konami comes to me and they want me to make them a good Castlevania game, I'll make them a good Castlevania game, but I better be credited for it. He said he would retcon everything after I forget which game. He was gonna retcon a majority of the Castlevania series and then work on the the scripts that he had originally gave Konami. He still had them, I guess. He had copies of them or whatever, or maybe he gave them the copies. I forget exactly, but he said he was he'll just work off the ideas he had before he left, and he could easily revive Castlevania to being a good series again. But he didn't want to work under Konami. He would just work alongside Konami. That way they didn't fuck him over. But they would also have to obviously credit him because with Kojima, they didn't credit him for, and this is fucked up. I'm sure you already know. They didn't credit him for Metal Gear Solid 5. He's not in the credits, by the way. But Iga was like, yeah, I have to get credit And I'm not working for Konami. I'm just working with Konami. And it's funny because Konami never like approached him with a deal. They're just petty as fuck. It's like, okay, hey, listen, this guy just offered you a golden fucking ticket out of the hole you're in. And how do they respond? They make that really shitty Contra game that came out like 2 years ago, I think, or maybe 3 years ago now. I forget when it came out. I think it was like 2 years ago. But anyways, they made that really shitty Contra game, and they're like, yeah, we know what we're doing. And it was just an abomination of a game. I do also know Kojima was getting way too ambitious too. Well, I mean, okay, let's be fair with Kojima. He was literally making every fucking game for Konami. Going way over budget and wouldn't budge. Okay, on that aspect, I can kind of understand why Konami would be pissed off at him. But they literally put him in charge of every fucking game. I'm sure he was probably like pissed off and was like just, you know, purposely doing shit like that. Like, I understand Kojima has, like, his own flaw in the whole situation. Like, Kojima was, like, doing his own thing. But, like, at the same time, he kind of got, like, put into that position. I mean, obviously, I wasn't there, so I can't completely vouch for him or Konami. He also... Wait, even though Konami was shitty, he also started driving the company under, too. Oof. Oof. Really? Really? Wait, hold on. Really? Oh, hey, listen, I'm not saying Kojima's guilt-free. No. I was just saying that, as far as I was aware, that Konami was, like, pushing, like, all these projects onto him. And that's what got to his head, was that he was basically leading every fucking project at the company. Now, I think that's, like, I think what he ended up doing was, like, a byproduct of that. But, to be fair, it's likely that he could have also started doing that before he got pushed into doing all those projects. He could have been doing it with, like, Metal Gear Solid 4. Or Metal Gear Rising. He could have already been doing it. I'm not 100% sure. But when he was getting it, it was only halfway finished. Jesus. Jesus. Well, he did say it was his last game there. It was his last Metal Gear game. So I'm assuming he wanted to put as much shit as he could into it. I in my opinion, with something like that, I feel like, okay, you don't have like an unlimited budget, right? But I feel like maybe you should be given a little bit freedom with the budget, as long as it's not, you know, fucking you over. And if that's the case, you know, yeah, okay, I get why Konami would be pissed off about Metal Gear Solid 5. But weren't they already, like, fucking having beef with him long before Metal Gear Solid 5? I'm pretty sure they had beef with him during Metal Gear Solid 4. Like, I remember something, like, after Metal Gear Solid 4 came out, there was, like, talk about it. I think that's where so much of this comes from, though. They couldn't afford what Kojima was trying to do. Yeah. Yeah, because I remember, like, I'm pretty sure Metal Gear Solid 4 was the first game where he started, like, asking for huge budgets. And, okay, well, here's the thing. Okay, I'm thinking about it in a psychology way, right? So he asks for a bigger budget for Metal Gear Solid 4. It's on a new system, the PS3, and they probably want to impress everybody with the games they're making for the PS3, right? I mean, I think it was the first Konami game on the PS3. So they probably give him the bigger budget, right? He probably kept spending more than the bigger budget, but Konami was concerned that, you know, they didn't want the game to be a failure to reflect the company. After the game comes out, since Kojima was basically leading the company and all their other talents had left by then, they didn't have any other big games coming out in between Metal Gear Solid releases to really keep them afloat. Yeah, fair, yes. Like during the 80s and 90s, and even kind of in the 2000s, they had plenty of games to afford them risky investments. 100% in the 90s. Konami had so many motherfucking games in the 90s. Yeah, so I think what happened was he got that big budget. They let him spend more than the budget because they wanted to impress. The game comes out. It's not, I mean, it's really good, but it's not exactly what they like, because I'm pretty sure people complained about certain aspects of the game for Metal Gear Solid 4. I remember there being people that complained about parts of the game, but it still was like pretty decent, right? So they get pissed off at him because they hear all these like people talking shit about it. And that's probably when they first started having beef with Kojima. And then Igarashi leaves. Oh yeah, well hey listen, I liked Never Dead as a concept, but goddamn. And 99 Nights, yeah. Okay, well you're talking like that's like PS3 era. They didn't have any in-between games to keep them afloat. Those were like Capcom was making bad decisions too at the time, but like they had like some games to help them, you know what I'm saying? Like they had Monster Hunter, they had PlanetSide, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, I agree. They were not good enough. But I think what happened was because like after Metal Gear Solid 4 came out, was Igarashi, he wanted to do, I think he wanted to do a 3D remake of Symphony of the Night. I'm 100% sure I remember this was like what he wanted. They didn't allow him, or they didn't want to make a remake because they didn't think a remake would make any money. Funny now looking back in today's gaming culture where there's fucking remakes of galore, but he wanted to do a Symphony of the Night remake. They didn't want to give him the budget for it, or even I don't think they even wanted to okay the project. He leaves, and then they give it to Kojima, and Kojima is like, okay, well we'll make Lords of Shadow. And then now you have Kojima who thinks he can get bigger budgets for stuff, has two games under his belt. And then Team Silent Hill left around the same time too, right? Like it was after Silent Hill 6, right? They left? Or did they leave in like Silent Hill 5 and then like some other group did 6? I'm trying to remember, but it was around that time when Team Silent Hill also quit. And they're like, okay, here you go, Kojima, do Silent Hill as well. So you're giving these things to Kojima before you even like have convinced the guy he can't do these things with his budget, you know what I'm saying? Between Metal Gear Solid 4 and Metal Gear Solid 5, he got control of these two other like parts of Konami so fast that like what were they gonna do? They couldn't like immediately start penalizing him for like using the budget because like well they didn't have anyone left, you know what I'm saying? I think it was bad timing in that situation because you have Igavania basically leaving, and you have Team Silent Hill leaving, roughly around the same time. So then you had both of those off to one person who was already bad at spending money. You see where I'm going with that? Like yes, Kojima was definitely probably spending too much money, but like bad timing. You know what I'm saying? Now, what I will judge him on is the quality of the games we were getting. PT looked really fucking good, but we never got it. Which is probably because, you know, I'm pretty sure that was that before or after Kojima left? Like they canceled PT. I'm pretty sure they canceled PT after he left, right? Or did they cancel it before he left? Because I don't remember when Metal Gear Solid 5 came out. I know technically, even though Metal Gear Solid 5, even though he was working on Metal Gear Solid 5, he wasn't technically even working for Konami at the time. I don't believe. I think he was like on like a technicality of a leave. He was like on a contracted leave. Like he still had to work on the game, but like they weren't gonna like do all this shit with him. So PT never even got done. And then he had 3 Castlevania games between Metal Gear Solid 4 and Metal Gear Solid 5. Metal Gear Solid survived. Oof. I would never do zombies. That's duh. Oh, but wait a minute. Aren't there like zombies in? No, I'm overthinking it. I'm overthinking it.
I'll take you to a place which might be interesting for you.
Right. Right. Yeah. So, but here's the thing. Here's the funny thing. Not only did he do zombies in Metal Gear Solid 5, right? His literal next game, right? Death Stranding, right? His literal next game has zombies in it as well. Like, 2 games in a row, he had zombies. Yeah. Listen, I think he made some good games back in the day. I mean, Death Stranding on PS5 is actually pretty good. It's a lot better than the PS4 version because of all the extra stuff they added. But he definitely talks too much about things, and he's not perfect. Okay, I think at one time he was probably one of the best in the development, or in the game developing. I'm sorry, I'm having a brain fart. I feel like Kojima at one point was one of the best developers in the gaming atmosphere. Like, I'm not gonna take away Metal Gear, okay? He made Metal Gear. He like fucking, he was at a fucking, he worked, or he didn't work. He was at a coffee shop writing out a piece of paper, all his ideas for a game, and you know what I'm saying? No, that's fair. It was ideas from other media, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. I feel like everything is borrowing from something else. I mean, Castlevania is borrowing from fucking Universal horror movies, and the Universal horror movies are borrowing from books. Books are borrowing from mythos. The mythos are borrowing from other mythos. So I'm not knocking them for like taking ideas from like movies and stuff. Now, if they're like blatant ripoffs, okay, if they're blatant ripoffs, I'll point it out. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't think Metal Gear was that bad, borrowing stuff from movies. It was a really cool concept. Like, they actually played like basically you're playing as an action hero in a movie, like a stealth action hero or whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm not gonna take that away from him. Like that's like petty. I wouldn't do that. That's fucked up. That's like purposely just trying to like talk shit about somebody and not actually looking at it with a, you know, in a grander scope. I don't think Kojima like made bad games until like way later, like PS3 era. Because like even during the PS2 era, yeah, like Metal Gear Solid 2 wasn't as good. as Metal Gear Solid. Like, there was a lot of problems with it, but, you know, everybody has their hiccups. And Metal Gear Solid 3 was fucking amazing. And Metal Gear Solid 4 had a good story, but the gameplay wasn't as great. I mean, I'm not going to knock on the gameplay. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't as good as Metal Gear Solid 3. And then Metal Gear Solid 5 was a pretty good game, even though he didn't get any credit for it. Even though Snake's character is literally just a guy from Escape from New York. Okay, yes. Well, hey, wait a minute. Hold on a second. His name is the guy from Escape from New York. The character was based off the dude from fucking Terminator, Kyle Reese. Okay? Let's be fair. His concept art for Snake was Kyle Reese from the Terminator. It was literally Kyle Reese from the Terminator. He literally drew Kyle Reese from the Terminator poster. Okay? They took the poster. He took the poster, drew Kyle Reese, and was like, "Oh, that's Snake." Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is a rip-off of two characters, not one. Yeah. But yeah, see, like, I don't think his games were really that bad. Okay, not until like the PS3 era, and even then they weren't like really bad. They were just a little bad. But then when he got possession of all of the assets in Konami for like a little while there, like, we didn't get nothing from Silent Hill. Like, PT looked really good, but we never got it. And then he got Castlevania, and then we immediately got one of the worst Castlevania games, which is Lords of Shadow. Like, yeah, it was terrible. It was fucking horrible. He didn't work on Mirror of Fate, and I understand that some people don't like it. But technically he didn't really work on it. He just he just gave the fucking thumbs up on everything. He was basically, you know how Miyamoto doesn't really make Mario games or Zelda games or anything like that anymore. He just gives the thumbs up for everything. That's what Kojima did for Mirror of Fate. He was literally just there to give the thumbs up for stuff. And then in Lords of Shadow 2, it was actually pretty good. But, like, the whole story fucking made no sense. I wish people didn't only contribute Metal Gear Solid to Kojima, though, because his co-writers did so much of the actual story. So, okay. The reason why everybody gives him so much credit is the first Metal Gear and the second Metal Gear. Before Metal Gear Solid, the first two on the MSX, he did all the writing for that. Like, he didn't have an editor or anything. Oh, hey, what's up, Goonie? I didn't even see you there. You have the same text color as Amy. But so he did all the writing for the first two Metal Gears without an editor. Which makes sense. They came out in the 80s, so, like, Konami probably didn't give a shit. They were probably like, "Oh, that's a good idea," and then they gave him a team, and, you know, he made Metal Gear. And then Metal Gear Solid is probably, I would definitely say the co-writers didn't get as much credit. Because he had, from what I understand, the story was really fucking crazy, and the co-writers were like, "Listen, we can't do, like, all these things you want to do. We gotta, like, cut down some of it." And then he ended up using those ideas that they cut from the first Metal Gear. They ended up putting them in 2 and 3. Like, because the 3, a lot of the or actually no, I think it was mostly 2. I think they put most of it in 2. Because actually, now that I think about it, I don't think 3 had any of it. And then 3, they did, you know, they allowed him to have a lot more breathing room for crazy shit. But, like, obviously the co-writers were there to, you know, wrangle them in, just like 1 and 2. It wasn't until 4 when he started getting more power over the writing again. Because, like, they barely fucking stopped him from writing the plot to 4. And, you know, thinking about it, 4 is, like, the story's okay, but, like, it gets too crazy. It gets too grandiose and confusing. And then 5 is, like, he had complete power over the writing. And that was... Yeah. let me know if you think my opinion is wrong on any of this, or if any of the information I'm sharing is not completely correct, because I don't remember like every interview, obviously, or anything like that. It's funny how Kojima was not held in this high of a regard until the Konami fiasco too. Okay, like people loved his games, but he wasn't considered some genius creator beforehand. Until he had a comeback story. Hold on, I'm thinking here in a second. So, okay. This is my opinion on that. And this is based off some stuff I remember back in the 2000s. So for like people who didn't even really fucking know who he was, yes, he was like a nobody until the whole Konami thing. However, people who liked Metal Gear Solid put him on a huge fucking pedestal. Do you remember, and I don't know if you remember it, that's why I'm asking. Do you remember when G4 was presenting Metal Gear Solid 3? If you remember that, then you remember that they fucking definitely put him on a high pedestal. Because I remember when they were doing like the stuff, the talks and stuff about him being like this great, like one of the best developers ever. Yeah, it was one of those things where like people who were fans loved him. Right. But like, I mean, like in the general, okay, like yeah, if you knew who he was, you like propped him up to be like crazy big. And then with the whole Konami thing, he just became even bigger from people who didn't really even know who he was. But nowadays, people straight up revere him as like a god who could do no wrong. You know what's funny is you know Death Stranding, right? People do realize that who was it? Del Toro? Del Toro did like half the writing. Am I correct on that? I just want to make sure I'm right on that, you know, that he did half the writing. Yeah, Kojima brought him onto the project to help him write it. And the reason I ask, if I'm correct, is because I don't remember if that was his name, right? It was Del Toro, right? It was the guy who was helping him with PT. But he brought him on to help him with the writing. So it's like... it's like, okay, you're giving Kojima all the credit, even though Del Toro did half of the fucking writing for Death Stranding. And of course, he never really got the credit. It's like it's a classic producer situation. Right. Yeah, okay, this is because like I feel like I'm getting myself not confused, but I feel like I'm kind of walking in a circle here. But like with Kojima, this is my opinion with Kojima. I think at one point he could have been considered one of the best developers in the game industry, and that to me was from Metal Gear to Metal Gear Solid 3. After Metal Gear Solid 3, I honestly, being honest, don't really think his stuff was really that great. Because like Metal Gear Solid 4 was kind of confusing, and people, were conflicted on parts of it. So obviously it wasn't universally like the best thing ever. Metal Gear Solid 5 was just like a shit ton of stuff that it wasn't a bad game. It was just there was so much stuff in it. And then Lords of Shadow was garbage. We never got PT because he wanted to like develop it as slow as fucking possible instead of he should have fucking actually like put time into it, but he's putting all the time into Metal Gear Solid 5. But I mean, in hindsight, and to be fair, I'm glad he didn't, because then Metal Gear Solid 5 would even have fucking been any good. And then Lords of Shadow 2 was like, eh. The new Candyman movie is a great example of this. It literally says Jordan Peele's Candyman, even though he's only the producer. Right. Well, I'm not saying that Kojima didn't do some of the work for Death Stranding. It wasn't like he was just there to give the thumbs up. He clearly did some of the writing, because Kojima writing is like you can spot it. Okay, once you get to a certain point in a plot and you see like something happening, it's like, okay, that's Kojima writing right there. Meanwhile, the one that actually directed it, people don't even know her name. Okay, that was the new one, right? That was the new Candyman. I remember if it's the new Candyman you're talking about, I do remember seeing pictures of her, the person that directed it, and people actually were actually giving her a lot of credit online, but it was like people that weren't like news articles, or you know what I'm trying to say, reviewers and shit. They weren't the ones giving her credit, but like just like common people like us were giving her a lot of credit, because I remember seeing pictures of her. I don't know her name though, but I don't really know that many actors or directors, or like other than like the fucking biggest ones in the industry. Yeah, people who had to look into it had figured out who she was. Yeah, I remember seeing pictures of her, because I remember I was looking into it because I was like, ooh, how good is it? And then I remember seeing the pictures of her. But damn, we went off track again. I was talking about Kojima. No, yeah. So like my thing with Kojima is like at one point I think he was credible enough to say that he was one of the better developers in the industry. I wouldn't say he was the best. Okay. Like everybody who like says he's like the greatest of them all is like hello. Okay, first of all, you got Miyamoto from Nintendo, who even he technically would not be considered like the best by some people. I think with old age, Miyamoto obviously kind of lost the knack for being like as good as he used to be, but at his peak, Miyamoto was definitely the best game developer in the industry, without a doubt. Saved Nintendo's ass several times. Saved gaming's ass. Okay? Because having a black woman direct a horror movie is huge and rare, but she really got no credit in the mainstream for it. Miyamoto is great and still is, but he's very old. Yeah. He's set in his ways. Yeah. Exactly. He's very stuck in his ways. Well, they don't really give him developer roles anymore. They just give him a producer or like, you know, he's the guy that just gives thumbs up. That's all he does now, is give the thumbs up. It's like other people that work there that do all the work for him now. At one, you know, when after Iwata passed away, they almost were gonna make him the fucking CEO of Nintendo. Which I understand why he didn't take it, but also I don't understand why he didn't take it. He already wasn't like actually doing any of. He wasn't really doing anything other than being the thumbs up guy. Why not just become the CEO and just be the thumbs up guy? I also understand why he didn't want to be the CEO, because he didn't want to have all that responsibility. He was already, you know, old and didn't want to have to, you know, he didn't want to have to, like, keep dealing with, like, more. He didn't want to deal with more than all the stuff he was already dealing with. I understand that. But he could have just taken the mantle of CEO and just been the thumbs up guy. But no, Miyamoto was definitely the best game developer at his peak. Like, that's not even a discussion. There's no argument there. The gaming wouldn't exist as it is today without him. He made some of the best Nintendo games that people still praise and worship today. Even though he doesn't really do anything nowadays. But like, as far as Kojima goes, like when he was at his peak, his prime during like the PS1 era, even the Nintendo era, because obviously, or before the PS1, because he had the Metal Gear games. You know, actually, thinking about it, let's think about it real quick. Metal Gear for the MSX came out in 96, I think, or 97. Then Metal Gear for the MSX, or Metal Gear 2 for the MSX came out in like 1991. Let me make sure I get this right. Metal Gear came out in 88. Metal Gear 2 came out in 91. Did he make any other games before the PS1 came out? In fact, actually, let's get even more technical. Did he make any other games between Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid 2? Did he make any other games between Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3? Did he make any games between Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 4? Do you see where I'm going now? Yeah, okay, he made Metal Gear. Wow, amazing. Metal Gear 2, awesome, incredible. Metal Gear Solid, one of the best games ever. Metal Gear Solid 2, pretty good. Could have been better. Metal Gear Solid 3, amazing, fantastic. Metal Gear Solid 4, I mean, yeah, it was alright. And then he made other games that weren't Metal Gear. Because I don't know any other games Kojima got credit for. So wait, yeah, you know what? That's a good point. Why is he held in such a high regard? Oh, you're right. Zone of the Enders. You're right. You're right. But like, okay, Zone of the Enders was good, but it was such a minuscule game in like the grand scheme of things. Okay, what I'm trying to say, but he might have just been a producer on them. That's possible. What I'm trying to say is, okay, Miyamoto, lots of games, made a fuck ton of games. Not just Mario, but he made a fuck ton of games, and even games he wasn't like the guy heading, he worked on a bunch of games. Miyamoto deserves his credit. But now you made me really think about it. How many games did Kojima actually make that weren't Metal Gear, right? Did everybody just fluff him up from the hype of Metal Gear? Like, I'm not gonna deny that the Metal Gear games were fucking amazing. But, like, now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, did he really actually make anything else other than Metal Gear? Then, yeah, okay, he's a really good game developer. Okay, yeah, he's really good. He's really good at making Metal Gear games. Yeah, okay, well, there's the answer. There's the answer. How can you be one of the best if you only made one fucking game? Or one franchise. And to be fair, there's probably a bunch of companies that have people there like that. IGA only made Castlevania games. But I would give IGA more credit for doing, like, as many fucking Castlevania games as he did. Even though a lot of it is him, a lot of it is his co-writers too. Yeah, like... Right. I get what you're saying, yeah. Because, like Metal Gear 1 and 2, right, on the MSX. Awesome games. Immediately can see the talent of this guy who, like, you know, who was developing it. Because, let's be honest, he wasn't just the writer. He was also, like, during Metal Gear 1 and 2, and also Metal Gear Solid, he, like, did the programming and testing and all that stuff. The only thing he didn't do was art assets for Metal Gear 1, 2, and Metal Gear Solid. Those were the only games he... I'm sorry, he didn't do art... He didn't do art for those games, other than maybe concept art. But he didn't do any art. But he did, like, work on other things other than just writing. But then, like, did he, like, work as... I think he just produced everything after Metal Gear Solid. And was the writer. He just produced them? He just produced the Zone games? Yeah, so... What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, yeah. Well, hey, you know what? There you go. Amy, there you go. You convinced me. Kojima? Nope, he's not one of the best. I'm not going to take away the credit he is deserved, though, for Metal Gear. Like, existing as a franchise. And I'm not going to take away credit for, like, the really good ones. Like, because without him, Metal Gear Rising wouldn't exist. You know what I'm saying? And that's, like, people fucking love that game. I'm not taking away his credit for those. But, you're right. He really didn't have much under his belt. He just kind of got fluffed up from Metal Gear. And it don't help that, like, so much of his success is post-Konami shit, too. I mean... Is it though? Like, cause like after he left, okay, yeah. So he made his company and made the Death Stranding game, and people were praising it, right? Yep. And then immediately people started like realizing it was a walking simulator, and obviously the Kojima fans are gonna defend Kojima. That's fine. It's whatever. You know, you defend whoever you fucking want. He became a household name because of the Konami situation. Yeah, I mean, but Konami. Yes, you're correct. But also, with the Konami situation was that, you know, Konami obviously was already becoming a bad company. And the timing was not there for either of them. Because Kojima got pushed onto doing all these projects all at once. And Konami, you know, didn't have the money. He literally released a podcast and people... I didn't even know he had a podcast. I'm also looking at it from my perspective, by the way. Like, you know, okay, from my perspective, you know what I see him do on Twitter? Post pictures of, like, food that he's eating. And talk about movies every once in a while. And occasionally, okay? And I mean that with, like, all caps. Occasionally... And quotation marks, by the way. In quotes, occasionally, he'll like talk about his next project he's working on. Now, I ain't got nothing against people sharing food or anything like that, but it kind of felt like he's just riding like the fame wave. You know what I'm saying? Because like, well, at least he made improvements to the PS5 release for Death Stranding. Like, at least he took the criticism from the base game and actually improved on the game for the PS5 release. If he would have done nothing with the game, you know what I'm saying? I'd have problems. But at least he was like, oh, we need to add more like stuff for you to do. We also need to add more horror elements because like they're kind of lacking in the game. At least he did that. Oh shit. Did I save? Oh, I think I'm about to die, guys. I guess we'll see here in a moment. Yeah, no. I definitely agree. I can't wait to see what it is. Like, the entire discussion we were just having was me trying to say, like, he doesn't deserve as big of well, let me phrase that. His fandom could be any size. That's not what matters. What matters is that everybody tries to make him out to be, like, the greatest game developer ever. And while I will enjoy his games, at least the ones that are enjoyable, I don't think he's like the greatest fucking game developer ever, you know what I'm saying? Hell, I'm a huge fan of Iga, and I don't even think Iga's the greatest game developer ever. I mean, look at the 3D fucking games. Like, I don't know what Iga was fucking thinking when they made Castlevania 64. I mean, but to be fair with Iga, when he was interviewed by Nintendo Power during the Game Boy Advance era, he did mention that he always felt that Castlevania was best at being a 2D game and not a 3D game. So at least Iga was like hyper aware of, you know, I can make good Castlevania games that are 2D, but I can't make good Castlevania games that are 3D. Which is actually not true, because Curse of Darkness was actually pretty good. And technically Legacy of Darkness could have been good if the N64 controller didn't suck. Right. Yeah, I think a lot of people forget that like Iga and Kojima were like, okay, yeah, actually, yeah, okay, here we go, ready? Kojima and Iga were like almost like the same level of like credibility within Konami, right? Iga's been around since Castlevania 2, I believe. I don't think he was there for the first one, but I'm 100% sure he's been there since 2. Because I think he's in the credits. He's like one of the first names in the credits. Iga's been around since Castlevania 2, which is 1988, which is also when Metal Gear came out. So they both have been there for the same period of time. How many games did Kojima make that like he legit had work that, you know, he actually was working on? He did Metal Gear, Metal Gear 2, Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Solid 4, right? That's 6 games that that Kojima actually can be credited for actually working on. I don't count producer roles. because you really aren't really working on it other than like Ocane budgets and shit like that. How many games did Ego work on? Well, here we go. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to count how many games Ego worked on? All right, well, let's start. From 1988, Castlevania 2, Castlevania 3, Castlevania Adventure, Castlevania 2 on the Game Boy, Castlevania Legends, Super Castlevania 4, Castlevania Dracula X, Rondo of Blood, Symphony of the Night. Oh, I'm already at 9, by the way. And we haven't even gotten past the 90s. Do you see where I'm going with this? And Ego doesn't get any credit compared to Kojima. And you know what? Ego wears a fucking cowboy hat to work. Yeah, it's kind of poopy, like, thinking about it. Like, Ego deserves way more credit. And, like, here's the fucked up thing, like, so Ego, like, he himself basically fucking stated he could easily fix Konami, right? Like, he could make a new Castlevania game that would, like, save Konami's ass. But, like, nobody, like, gives a shit. But if Kojima, like, because, like, that's what fucking kills me is like Kojima's like I will never go back to work for or with Konami. I mean, to be fair, Ego said he would never work for Konami ever again, but he didn't say he wouldn't work with them, obviously. But like people like always make the assumption that Kojima could save Konami if he went back, and it's like, what was he gonna do? Make Silent Hill PT? You know, here's the thing too. Here's the thing too about Silent Hill PT. And I think the guy who actually I think was like the lead of Silent Hill, the Silent Hill team, I'm pretty sure he even stated this. That Silent Hill PT, right? That people praise and lauded and like copied for their indie games and all this other shit, right? Wasn't a finished product, and we don't know, and may never know, or not may never know, we will never know what the end product would have looked like, and it could have been terrible. So if Kojima would have stayed longer and finished Silent Hill PT, and it was bad, you know what I'm saying? Right. That's what the guy who like founded Silent Hill team, when like he was asked about if he would ever work with Konami to make Silent Hill. Of course he said no. But he pointed out that like everybody got excited, but nobody will ever know what the end product will be like. And with that in mind, it could have been a terrible game. Granted, I don't think it would have been, like, because I don't think Kojima makes terrible games, but it could have been mediocre, you know what I'm saying? The only terrible game I'll give him credit for is fucking Lords of Shadow. That is a garbage game. But I don't think it would have been terrible, but I think it would have been probably mediocre when it finished. It probably would have been like Silent Hill Downpour, where it's fun to play, and then when you beat it, you're like, whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Would he have given credit to Del Toro for all the stuff Del Toro was going to help him with? Or was he going to... Well, I mean, he gave credit to Norman Reedus, so let's take a step back, because I was about to say, would he give Norman Reedus any credit? But Norman Reedus was just acting in a green suit, so it doesn't matter. But Del Toro was going to help him with that too. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna help him with Silent Hill PT. Was he gonna take all the credit for that? But then Iga, like, we have proof that, like, okay, so Death Stranding comes out. It's a decent at best game with a lot of flaws. Then we get the PS5 version, and we get a lot more stuff to it. Makes it a little bit better. 7 out of 10. Iga makes Bloodstained. 10 out of 10. Curse of the Moon. 10 out of 10. Curse of the Moon 2. 10 out of 10. And I might be hyping those up, but I'm going to be honest. You guys play those games. Play Bloodstained. Amy, you already probably played those games, so you can agree with me. I'm assuming you would agree that those are really good fucking games. And then nobody thinks Iga could save Konami? Like, are you kidding me? If he went to help Konami, which at this point I don't even know if you can really help Konami. Like, you make one good Castlevania game, and then what? That company needs, like, fucking restructuring, like, badly. They should just do what Sega did. Go bankrupt, and then rebuild yourself from the bankruptcy. But anyways, it's definitely bias talking. I am aware that I do have a fondness for Iga games. I'm not denying it. I'm clearly letting everybody in chat know. But let's take away the Iga from the game, right? Well, let's take away, like, his name from the game, right? Bloodstained is Symphony of the Night with a lot more shit to do. All the mechanics from Dawn of Sorrow mixed in. Really good gameplay. Like, the controls are tight. They are good. Inventive ways for you exploring multiple endings. And he kept making DLC for it long after the game came out. It came out in 2018. He kept making DLC. I don't even know if he still is now, but I remember he was still making DLC up until 2021. And then Curse of the Moon 1 and 2, obviously they're like 2D style games. But they're still really good. Tight controls, really good gameplay, really balanced difficulty, interesting mechanics involving a party system in the first one. And the second one, it's basically Castlevania. Well, yeah, it's basically Castlevania 3. Even though I miss Konami's characters, that company is beyond repair at this point, because everyone that made that company amazing has left and are making their own Konami games. So, like I was saying, like, well, because, like, think about, like, Sega. Almost everybody left Sega. There's, like, 1 or 2 people that stuck around to help rebuild Sega after they went bankrupt. And I feel like that's what Konami needs. The only problem is, yeah, you're right. Konami doesn't really have anybody. They hired, like, okay, remember, like, in 2016 or 2017, they hired that one girl who was, like, a horror artist. Like, she did horror manga, I think, and was, like, friends with, I think she was actually, like, one of the editors. She was, like, an editor for, what's his name? The guy who, like, draws the crazy shit. I'm trying to remember his name. The guy who loves cats. Well, okay, they hired her on because they were going to do Castlevania. They wanted her to do a Castlevania game. Junji Ito, yeah, she was the editor for Junji Ito, and she was like she did her own horror art and stuff. They hired her on to do a Castlevania game. She was like a contracted worker, I believe. She didn't actually work for Konami. She was like... Ito was also working on PT. Yeah, how many people know that? Go give Kojima all the credit. Don't give Ito or Del Toro any credit. But she got hired in as a contracted worker to help make a Castlevania game for Konami. When originally this information came out, I remember reading it on, it was like Kotaku, I think, or some fucking thing. everybody was like hyped because they're like, oh, we're gonna get a new Castlevania game and it's coming back. And then they fucking they revoked her contract. They're like, nope, never mind, fuck that. So this is what I see they should do. Okay, bankrupt, get the fucking whoever from the Yakuza is still working at Konami, get those motherfuckers out, and then hire that chick back. Or fuck it, actually, you know, once they go bankrupt and they get rid of half of the fucking corporate people, I bet even Ego would like I'm sure Ego would want like a high position in the company, but Ego would probably come back if they're like, yeah, would you like to be like this fucking high up position? Ego would probably be like, hell yeah, because like Ego would make a fuck ton of money instantly and can make the Castlevania games he wanted to make. And then honestly, what I would see him doing is Ego would still make Bloodstained games under his own name, but because he fucking is an owner, like if he gets hired into Konami as like a higher end person, he can just like get away with it, essentially making Bloodstained games like as a separate thing. Because there's like companies that do that, where you have a person that works for that company, but they have like their own individual like stuff they make. Because they're technically not competing with that company. Anytime Konami finds out making games cost money, they bail out. Right, yeah, because like she actually had like a really cool idea. She was gonna make what was it? She was gonna do like a Dark Souls style Castlevania game. And it was like, what? That is fucking insane. I would have loved that game. And then Konami was like, sounds expensive. You're fired. What? Like imagine having a golden goose and then you shot the fucking golden goose before it laid a golden egg for you. I keep forgetting I'm playing this game. Man. I am glad, however, that Konami recently made a new Getsufuma Den. I'll always be thankful for that. You know, what a weird pick too. How recent was that Getsufuma game? I remember when you were streaming it. But how recent was that? Like, how recent of a game was it? Wow, it came out this year? I'm not gonna get my hopes up. I'm gonna share my opinion with you. I'm not gonna get my hopes up. I have hope, but I expect the worst. But here is my opinion. Okay, so Konami was talking about revealing some new stuff, right? There's gonna be like an E3, then E3 got canceled, and then they were like, well, we're gonna reveal it later in the year, and they still haven't revealed it, right? What if they're trying? I still don't know why they made that game though, because that is not a big name series to make them money. Okay, well here's what I'm thinking, okay? This is what I'm thinking. I don't really know what's going on inside Konami as a corporation. Like, I don't know the workings. I don't know who's getting fired or who's getting hired. I don't know who runs it right now or any of that bullshit. But what my hope is, but I'm not expecting the best because, you know, it's Konami. But what I'm hoping is that Getsufuma Den was a step towards revitalizing the company. And I say that because remember SNK kind of did the same thing where they made... see, SNK actually made a game before King of Fighters... before they made King of Fighters 14, they made like I forget what game it was. It was like a really small game. Shit, I don't even remember now. Well, SNK made a game. I think it was probably another Metal Slug game, but they made a game, and it was kind of like out of fucking nowhere. And then, like almost a year later, we got fucking King of Fighters 14. So I wonder if Konami's kind of doing the same thing. Because Contra came out like 2 years ago. And then they didn't have anything since Contra. And Contra wasn't even in-house. That was made by a out-of-company developer. Again, I don't have my hopes up, okay? It's just, there is a hope, but it's like almost non-existent. Konami's Pro Yakuyu games still do really good in Japan too. I mean, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Is still fucking making them a ton of money. Maybe not as much as it used to, but it's still making them a fuck ton of money. I mean, that's like, think about Sega. Sega, when they went bankrupt, they still had like fucking tons of arcade machines that were like making them fucking tons of money. So they were like, you know, they were able to recover. I mean, SNK actually technically had the same thing. When SNK, after the Yakuza essentially fucking dropped them, they had some arcade machines that were still producing them enough money to experiment with stuff. So I wonder if like the Getsufuma Den game was like somebody in Konami like experimenting with trying to revitalize the company. I don't know. Since Konami went silent on like their stuff, it's so hard to really know what Konami is thinking anymore. That isn't Bomberman or Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah. Bomberman isn't even a Konami game. That's what's fucked up. That's a fucking Hudson Soft. So yeah, I wonder if Konami's like trying to do, like they're trying, okay? Whether they succeed or not, I don't know. But I feel like they're trying to revitalize their company. And I don't like people shit on Konami as like a whole, but I'm pretty sure it's just they have corporate scumbags that run the top part of the company, and then you got people at the lower end there, like they legitimately want Konami to fucking succeed. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of like what Sega was like for a while there too, by the way. Like Sega had like those people high up that were just like fucking the company over. And then like all the developers for the company were like, hey, we're just trying to make games here. You know, honestly, like thinking about it on Sega's, like on the Sega front, like Sega was so lucky that the guy who made Streets of Rage didn't fucking quit, because that dude making Yakuza saved them. Yeah, I remember hearing about the big shift. Well, that was right. That was like right around the time they announced that they had new stuff they were working on, but then they didn't share any of the new stuff they were working on. So I'm until I see that new stuff they're working on, I'm hesitant. But if they show me something that's like got some meat on the bone, I'll give them a little hope. See where they go with it. Now, I'm gonna tell you, if they brought back that chick and they end up making the Castlevania Dark Souls game, I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, we got something. Who sold their arcade pachinko faction? Konami? Konami did? If that's the case, then the Yakuza isn't with them anymore, because the Yakuza uses gambling games as like like an easy money. That's what they did with SNK. That's what they did with Sega. It's easy money for them. It's legal. they can't get busted by the cops for doing it. And, you know, which is why they're actually trying to make games now. Yeah, okay. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. If, I'm going to be honest, like I said, if they brought back the chick to do the Castlevania Dark Souls game that she wanted to do back in 2017, like, that, I will be fucking... Like I said, I'll still kind of, I'll be like, they better be good, you know. I'll still be on the board, you know. I'll be like, I don't know, but if they give me something that looks fucking amazing, I'll be like, oh, well, okay, well, they brought her back, and they're doing it. Or if we see something from Iga with Konami, that would be awesome too. Like, either one of those two things would fucking make me excited. You know what I'm saying? If Iga's like, yeah, I'm helping Konami with a project, instantly, it's like, okay, well, it's sold. We know it's going to do well because it's fucking Iga's on it. Now, if Iga leaves that project, okay? If Iga leaves that project, right? Like, and this is all hypothetical, right? Because we don't know. But if they get Iga onto a project, right? And he leaves, then I have no hope. But if Iga stays for the whole development, right? It's gonna be good. Like that, there's no doubt. It's gonna be good. And I would fucking, if he stuck to his word about making another 2D Castlevania game, like if he stuck to his word and made another 2D Castlevania game in like the 2020s, right? Like a brand new one that isn't a report or a remake, right? Well, actually, that'd be cool if he did the Symphony of the Night remake that he wanted to do. But like, if that happens, it's instantly good. It's not even it's not even a debate. It's instantly good because Iga, I trust. That man did so much for Bloodstained. He didn't have to fucking do. You know what I'm saying? He could have been like the guy that did Mighty Number 9 and half-ass it. Iga, like, put his heart and soul into Bloodstained and kept fucking putting more shit into it long past the money fucking he was getting for it. So if Iga's on a project for Konami, and I know he can't, it's better than nothing. And if Iga can't say anything about it, because, you know, obviously, you know, he, what do you call them? NDAs? Non-disclosure, whatever. Obviously, he's not going to tell us until it gets announced. But if he did get put on a project to help Konami with a Castlevania game, instantly it's going to be good. Until he leaves. If he leaves, then it's not good. But if he stays the whole time, I guarantee it's going to be good. Not even a question. Now, if they bring back the chick, I don't know her, like, I don't think she has really any experience with making games. But she would at least make a good story because she has credit with working with, you know, Junji Ito, and I would trust that the games are going to look really good, or at least with the money or with whatever budget they can afford, obviously. Because I think, like, to be honest, let's say they did get her back on roll and they didn't bring Iga on roll. I don't think the first one's going to be their Souls Castlevania game. They're going to have to make money to get enough money to make a Souls Castlevania game, unless they're hoarding some money that they're gonna like dump all of it into that Castlevania Souls game. You know, I don't see them doing that immediately. However, if we get a trailer like either later this year or next year for it, it's I'll be mind fucked. But until then, and even a little bit after that, right? I'm not going to get my hopes up. I have low expectations. I feel a little bit better now that you've had me think about it, about the Getsu Fumaden game. I feel a little bit more inclined to believe that they will at least try to make a decent game and not that crap that was Contra. But until I see something, I'm just gonna be like, okay, well, it got me interested. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if like the thing they're gonna announce is like Hudson Soft related. That isn't Bomberman. I swear to God, if they announce a Bomberman game, I'm more hopeful now than I was last year. Yeah. I swear to God, though, if it's a fucking Bomberman game. The only Bomberman game I would be excited to see is if they do like a Battle Royale Bomberman game. Where it's like fucking 50 people fucking playing Bomberman all at once. You know what I'm saying? I would be excited for that. Now, I wouldn't be as excited technically for it as I would anything else. But if they were like, yeah, 50-man Bomberman, I'd be like, yo, that's going to be a sick party game. But or Yu-Gi-Oh! They really don't need to make another Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. Okay? Duel Masters is good enough. Leave it at that for like 10 fucking years. I don't want another Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. The only exception, okay? The only exception is if they made like a 3D anime exploration Yu-Gi-Oh! Game where you're like actually in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing as like Yugi, right? Yeah, you know, Yugimoto. I'm sorry, I had a brain fart on his name. If they actually made it where you like played as him, like you're playing the stories throughout the anime, I would be excited for that. That would be really cool of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Game, because we haven't gotten one of those ever. Like there are exploration ones like on the Game Boy, but we've never gotten like a full like immersive Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. You know what I'm saying? If they did that, I would be excited as well. Again, not as excited as something else. So like a Bomberman with like a huge like battle royale kind of style, like 50 Bombermans all at once. That'd be funny, and probably a really cool party game. And then like an immersive Yu-Gi-Oh! Game where you're actually like replaying the story of the series, but you're like actually like in the world. That would be pretty cool too. But what I want to see is Castlevania, Silent Hill. I would love to see Contra, but I think too many people are burned out from the last Contra game. So I would probably let that sit for a little bit. However, and I will make one exception, if they make a like HD 2D Contra game that looks like the old Contra games, like let's say it looks like Hardcore, that, you know, the one that came out on the Genesis. If they made a game like that, if they made a Contra game like that, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, that's a huge leap in progress. Yeah, I've always wanted more genres in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise. I just don't understand why they haven't done that, because they could easily do that. Like, the main plot of the game is like following the series, and then you can fill it with like going to the card shop to buy cards to improve your deck, or battling random people on the streets, or you know wherever. Like if they do duelist, like let's say they start the game where you fight Kaiba, right? Teaches you how to play the game, and then you win by playing Exodia. Then you get the ship. You're on the ship going to Pegasus, his island, Duelist Kingdom, and you're going to Duelist Kingdom on the ship, and like the story progresses if you talk to Weevil and he destroys the Exodia cards, but you can like duel people on the boat, right? Maybe not like the big name people, obviously, but like you can duel the nobodies on the boat. Then you could do Duelist Island, where you have your goal is to basically beat all the main characters in duels, and I'm sure they can find ways to like kind of retcon the story a little bit. Either Yugi fights everybody, or you switch between the characters, but you use the same deck. You know what I'm saying? Like let's say Joey actually played against this one person. You would still be using the deck you made, but you would be playing as Joey because Joey's the person that played against that character in the canon. Like they could do that, and then like have like random people who are on the sidelines that you could there's people you could probably play against on the side for like practice games, and maybe like a card shop that you can buy cards from, and then like they get to duel a cat or duelist or Battle City. They get the Battle City, which is like the best arc in the entire franchise at the time, because I'm using Yugi Moto as the center focus here. And then you have like a huge exploration of the game, you know what I'm saying? Lots of freedom, lots of people to duel, lots of characters for the plot, lots of cards you could make available at that point in the game. False Spot Kingdom is the only game that is ever different. No, the ones on PS2 are kind of different. Capsule Monster Coliseum is different. And Duelist of the Roses is kind of different too. I would say, however, every other Yu-Gi-Oh game is essentially the same thing, except the Game Boy ones, specifically the Game Boy Advance ones. Like the one where you actually walk around the city is actually really cool. The one that's based off the Battle City arc. And Duelist Academy, that one's actually pretty good too. Well, the ones on Game Boy, yeah, they're based off the card games. Capsule Monster Coliseum, I don't think even uses cards. Like, I have Capsule Monster Coliseum. I haven't played it in a long time, but I'm pretty sure you don't even use cards in Capsule Monster Coliseum. The monsters are represented by cards, like when you get them, but when you play them on the field, they're figurines. And so Duelists of the Roses, yes, they use cards, but it's kind of like chess. Like you're playing chess in that one.
I'll guide you to meet your destiny.
By the way, Amy, thank you so much for having these conversations with me. I super appreciate them because I love talking about this kind of stuff. Hey, thank you for the follow. That being said, I should probably go get to sleep soon. Yeah, you do that. But yeah, thanks for having that conversation with me. I like how we were like, I don't even remember what we started talking about, and then we started talking about Kojima. Yeah, I know it's 3 a.m. here too. I'll probably be streaming a little bit longer, and then I'll be getting off myself. But I'll be streaming this later today to finish it. Oh, hey, before you get off, just as a heads up, I might actually stream this way earlier in the day. So, like, you don't have to wait until, like, way later in the day. Like, you don't have to stay up to watch if you want to watch the stream. I'm actually probably streaming way earlier in the day. Because I have a lot to do in the game still, like, as far as, like, getting through it. And I'm sure I can speed a little bit through it, but to make sure I beat it tomorrow, I'm going to play a lot earlier. So, yeah, just as a heads up, let you know. Hopefully during that stream, we don't have like a... Well, actually, let me rephrase that. Because I was about to say I hope we don't have like a 6-hour-long conversation about random stuff. But I do love having these conversations, so I'm not going to say that. I would prefer having a conversation. I mean, I would still want to show you guys like gameplay and stuff. But I don't want you to not have a conversation with me, because I love conversations. I don't have enough people that come to the stream and talk. which I have nothing against. You know, you don't have to come here to talk, but I'm being honest. I don't get enough people to have conversations with. Aw, thank you, Amy. I love you too. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get to the chapel and then save it there and then call it for the night after I get to the chapel. And then tomorrow I'll figure out what I don't know what time I want to start streaming. I want it to be earlier in the day so I have a lot of time to work with. I would try to get as far as I could now, but I have to wake up in the morning to take care of my dog. He's got to go to the vet, get some medicine. I definitely want to finish this tomorrow. Or, well, later today. I don't know if I can make this. Nope. Remilia. I see Remilia. I follow. Ooh. Oh, you got Paimon. Yes, I love Remilia. And Sakuya Izui. Love both of them. They are my favorite characters from Toho. Embodiment of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Toho 6. Okay. First one on Windows 98. Or wait, was it Windows 98? I forget. I have the game somewhere around here. I could just look at the back, but...
So, we meet again, Alucard.
It seems so.
As friendly as ever, I see. It's strange. This castle is different than I remember it.
This castle is a creature of chaos. It may take many incarnations.
So I can't trust my memories, huh? Oh well, I'll do my best. Good luck.
My first Toho was 11. My first one was 6. And it was because... So... Not when it came out, obviously, because nobody really knew about it at the time over here in America when it came out. But it was around 2010, I think, 2011, maybe even 2012. First time I really heard about Toho, there was obviously all the memes on YouTube, all the YouTube poops, with the different Toho characters meshed in. And I've always been like a huge fan of vampires. That's always been like the thing I love the most out of, like, I don't know, something wrong with me. I just fucking love vampires. But anyway, so then I heard about Remilia, and then I was like, oh, okay, I'll check it out. And then the game's like insanely hard. I'm like, oh my god, this game's nuts. There's a vampire in this game? Well, then I later on learned that Rumia is a vampire, and then Flandre, her sister, who's a secret boss, is a vampire. And I always thought Sakuya was a vampire, but she's just a regular fucking girl that just has powers over time. And obviously I like all the other characters, May, Patchy, and then I still am not like an expert on all the characters, just that was my favorite one. Obviously you have like oh my god, I'm having a brain fart. You got like Retsu, Izanagi, I believe is her name, the bunny girl. Then there's like the other bunny girl who had the black hair. Always forget her name. See, I remember their appearances. Their names are the things I don't really remember. Like Kaguya, obviously, and then Mei Ling, yeah. Oh, Cerno. I forgot about Cerno. Yeah, the strongest fairy of them all. Yeah, forgot about her. Oh, there's also the demon girl that who is like a Pacholi's servant. Kaomaki, something like that. I know her name isn't like an official name. It's like what the fans dubbed her. And I think Zune just kind of was like, yeah, whatever. We'll just call her that. Koakuma. Okay. I kind of knew what I was going for with the word structure there. But yeah, when I hey Peppy, how you doing? Oh man, now everybody's stopping in. When I got into streaming, I didn't know what I wanted to do as far as like presenting myself as the streamer. So like I was a voiceless, faceless person here. Just been laying here listening to Symphony of the Night. Oh, okay. I mean, hey, if you just want to sit around and listen, that's fine with me. I I know, like, for a while there, me and Amy were having a conversation about Konami, so. Yeah, and Zune approved them, yeah. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, like, so I was faceless and voiceless for a while. The voice thing, I got over because a lot of people on here were really nice, and they were like, you know, just talk, and if, you know, you'll get used to it, and people will be nice to you and stuff, and, because I was embarrassed of my voice. I didn't like my voice. And then it was about a year after I started that I started talking, and then that took a while to get used to. But then I was still faceless. I did try a couple streams with face reveals, and they weren't really that great. They didn't go over too well, and I was even more embarrassed about showing myself. So I just was like, nah, fuck those. So then I went with an avatar. And this was before VTubing, by the way, because it wasn't like I saw a VTuber and I was like, oh, I'm just going to use a character. No, I was already planning on doing that. So I was like I wanted to do like my own original character, but I suck at art. Well, like I can draw with a pencil, but I can't draw on a computer. And so I wasn't able to make my own character. So I was like, okay, well, what character could I use that kind of represents me? And then I was like, oh, Remilia. Remilia's a vampire. I love vampires. Remilia's like headstrong and super confident, even though she's a goofball. And, you know, I was like, okay, I'll do Remilia. And she's one of my favorite characters from Toho anyways. And not to mention, okay, some fandoms are so far separated that like seeing one fandom interacting with something else like kind of like interesting to some people. So like I like Persona, which might not be too hard to believe. But I like Persona, I like Toho, but I like all these other games. Like I'm a part of the FGC. I love fighting games. I also play a ton of first person shooters and like RPGs, and like I'm pretty much got my hands dipped in every jar. So I'm not like exclusively like one thing or the other. And I'm also like one of those Toho fans that are like into the music and the art and the games. Like I'm not just like, cause like, you know, the Toho fandom kind of has like, it's split into different types of categories. Like fans of Toho music, fans of Toho art, fans of like the games themselves. And I like playing the games, even though I think they're hard as fuck. But I like playing the games. I definitely love the art. I love like the fandom, how expressive they make the characters. When Zune was just like, he just gave everybody a basic character to work with. And the music is phenomenal. Like the original orchestrations of them, which I mean they're played in MIDI, so they're technically not orchestrations, but you know the original arrangements from Zune are pretty decent. He definitely uses way too many trumpets and other like synths, I think. But the fan productions of those are amazing as well. But yeah, thought I'd explain that real quick. I don't know if you even cared, but I rarely get to talk about that stuff because nobody really seems interested half the time. Sorry, Peppy, I didn't mean to not have the Symphony of the Night music playing, so here you go. Out of all the Toho characters, Parsi, Mei-Ling, Yuka, Cirno, Letty, Chimata, Momoyo, Chimata, and Kyoshi are my favorites. Let me think here. Okay, so obviously Cirno, I know who Cirno is. Mei-Ling, I know. Letty sounds familiar. I wish I didn't suck at the names. I wish I didn't suck at the names. Oh, that's right. Yuka is the one. Is Yuka the one that is with the sunflowers? Correct. I forget the location. Marcy is the one with blonde hair with green eyes and elf ears. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about. Next. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I definitely know who Yuka is. Parsi. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Is Parsi a newer character? Because, like, the ones I know up to pretty well are, like, 8, I think. Up to 8. Or maybe it's 9. Jesus. I forget. I lose count. Oh, it's from 11. I see. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Okay. Hold on a second. I'm gonna, where's my phone? Here, we're gonna listen to some cool ass music for Prickly Peppy while I like this up. Okay, I know this character now. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I mostly know the character from the meme. Where, the powder, right? The powder meme? I'm pretty sure that's the meme, right? Where it's like the fucking text is like a... Oh, let me see if I can't find it. Nah, I can't find it. The video has been privated. Hold on, maybe I can. Hold on. Is this it? Yeah, that's... Yeah. Oh no, 3 ads in a row. Oh. I'll wait. I'll wait for the ads to be over. let me know when the ads are over. Wait, can I use the ads? Isn't there like a tool? Oh, I didn't get the. Okay, well, if you're leaving before I got to tell you. I wanted to clarify on something, but okay. Feel sleepy. Good luck with the stream. Alright, hey, thank you so much for stopping here and following me. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a good night. I will be getting off soon myself. How the hell do you see if you have ads running? Like, I thought I turned ads off, but I guess they're gonna force me to have ads. Okay. What do people do? Do they go to Twitch? Do they actually go to Twitch and then they can see if ads are running off Twitch? Like in the creator dashboard? I'm still new to the whole ads thing because like I thought I turned them all off. I guess I just can't control every single one of them. Let me see here. Okay, so let's see. The run the ads button is grayed out. Okay, so so it says that it already ran ads. Oh, okay, I see. It says right here. In 40 minutes, there's going to be more ads. Okay. Yeesh. That sucks. I'm sorry, guys. I tried eliminating the ads. I tried getting rid of them. I literally have them as disabled as I can get them. Alright guys, I'm gonna make it the next save room. I'll be getting off. I was taking care of some stuff, but it is getting kind of late and I'm kind of tired and I gotta take care of stuff in the morning. So
Impressive. You're very strong.
What is it you want? You didn't come here to tell me that.
You're right. Do you know the name Richter Belmont?
Of the Belmont clan? Of course, but...
He disappeared about a year ago, and I'm sure he's here. If you see him, please let me know.
As you wish, my lady.
Thank you. So, you do know how to be a gentleman.
alright guys, that's gonna be it for the stream. I'll try to do my stream earlier tomorrow. That way I can finish this game off within the time frame tomorrow. Yeah, thank you everybody who came out to the stream. I appreciate all you guys. I appreciate all the lurkers. You guys didn't have to say anything, and I appreciate all the people who came and chatted in chat. Fuck, Amy, you chatted so much. Amy, Wow, I can't even look to the furthest back. Okay, so Amy, Goonie, Prickly Peppy, Knight, and the Hashihime. Thank you guys so much for chatting. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the follow as well, Hashihime, and Amy. Thank you again for the raid. So yeah, so later is gonna be this game again, and I'm gonna try and beat it. Yeah, that's it. I can't think of anything else to close off with. What's up, Peppy? The okay sign? Okay. I don't know, like, if you guys are gonna be. I'm thinking around maybe like noon, 1, maybe 2, somewhere in that ballpark. So if you want to finish watching the stream, that's when I'll try to start it around that time. I feel like most people are gonna be awake by then. I would have technically streamed a little bit longer, but I got stuff I gotta do in the morning. So, yeah, thank you guys again. I appreciate you guys. You guys have a good night, a good morning, or a good afternoon. It really depends on where you live. And oh, you know what I forgot? I gotta raid somebody. Who's streaming right now? Okay, so I got 2 people on my list. I got Simmons, Assist Me Doom, playing Near Automata, and I got Unruly, Kenny, playing Phasmophobia. I'm thinking of rating Kenny because that's kind of like that's in the spirit of Halloween. Give me a second. All right. Thank you guys again for coming out to the stream. Again, I appreciate it very much. Without you guys, I wouldn't really have a reason to do this, and it's really fun. Hopefully the stream was all right. I know we talked about. I know we don't mostly talk this stream, but definitely try and beat the game later today. And if you like the game, or you like me playing the game, I don't know. Please stop by the raid. Please stop by the stream later. Again, I'm gonna try and start it sometime after noon. Like noon is the earliest, but probably be around 1 or 2. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Wait, what? Oh, I spelled his name wrong. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, there we go.